Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today, we are working on a special project with artist Joseph Gregory Rossano. So you can see down here on this piece of cardboard, we've got some sketches here. We're starting here from the bottom with this stylized fish form. It's going to be a mullet, a snook, and a tarpon. So Joe has given us these sketches, and he's kind of outlined kind of the important, features of these fish, and we're making kind of just a kind of a representation of these fish. We're going to do them all in clear glass. The glass that we're working with is, we're working in a range of probably about 1,200 degrees to upwards of like 2,100 degrees. When it comes out of the furnace, we're pushing 2,100 degrees. When we put it in the oven, it's right about 1,000 degrees. So in this hot shop, we have two glass furnaces. We have one over there with the door, one over here with the door, and that's where the glass is held. We have about 850 pounds of molten clear glass in each one of those. And then when we need to continue to work on the glass, we'll reheat them in these reheating chambers called glory holes. We use the torch where we need extra heat. That torch is burning about the same temperature as the glory holes, about 2,100 degrees. Yep. Same size? Okay. So our MC should be in momentarily. We had one of our MCs call in sick today, so somebody should be here in a moment. Usually if you see me on a microphone, I'll be singing karaoke, but I won't do that to you guys. So you can see our intern over here, Adeline, is putting on a jacket. She's going to use Kevlar gloves, and she's going to catch this fish and put it in the oven. Everything we make here has to be cooled down slowly. It'll just fall apart. So when we're done, we'll put it in this black box over there. That's called an annealing oven. It's set at 890 degrees. At that temperature, the glass is not moving. So I'm going to set the mic down for a minute because I have to make the next start for the next one. But our MC should be right in, and then I can take some questions when I'm done with this.
Good morning and welcome here to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers here with us this morning. We are creating some fish here for Joe. Joe's in the green hat. He's here working in the hot shop with the team. Sometimes artists come with visions, and then sometimes artists come with plans, and they rent the shop for the day so the team can help them execute their projects. And so I think we're going to start here. Oh man, this one is huge. So these will be to scale. I'll let you guys know a little bit about what the ovens and the machines are, and then we'll get specifically into the process. And so, as you could see earlier, we dipped into the furnace there with the door on it. Silver tanks with the doors, that's where all the hot glass is held. Can we see the furnace diagram? So there you'll be able to see that it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So as you can see at the end of Gabe's pipe, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. We rotated that hollow pipe, blew into it, and created a bubble, similar to the shape of a balloon. So this bubble is the catalyst for all things or many things made hollow in glass. You have to start with a bubble. And the more glass that you add by gathering from the furnace will allow you to continually blow out the bubble. So the more mass we have, the more we can increase our bubble in size. Thank you. Before we can continue to gather, we must allow the bubble to chill. As you can see, this is a great example of the glass being clear, but when he goes back into the furnace, it'll be a really beautiful bright orange color due to how hot it is. So my name is Emily. Thank you guys all for hanging out with us in the hot shop. If you have questions, just yell my name out, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So we'll go in and out of our glory hole to get the glass nice and hot, to keep it nice and malleable so we're able to manipulate the shape at the bench and continue to expand the bubble. Can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is a reheating chamber that's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick barrel is designed to withstand these very high temperatures. Thank you. So she'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble, and then he'll go in with his papers to shape the glass. The papers are just folded newspaper that have been soaked in water. And then whenever we hang it over the side of the bench, it's because we just want it to naturally, shred itself out. Those papers are just a stack of newspaper that have been folded and soaked in water, which allow him to almost touch the glass as if he's using his bare hand. So they're just a great tool for helping shape the glass. They don't leave any sort of residue on the glass because it's so hot. So we'll start with the fish here at the bottom, the little mullet down here, and then we'll eventually get all the way up to this scale in size at a different point of the day. For those of you who are joining us, welcome to the Hot Shop. I hope you guys are having a happy Sunday. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. Our visiting artist for the day is Joe Rossano. He is working with the Hot Shop team to produce some of his fish here for a project at a different date later. They'll be placed somewhere, but he has explored all different types of bodies of fish. If you're familiar with his work, you'll know that he takes the salmon school all over different places in the world, including here at the Museum of Glass, which includes these really magnificent fish that have been silvered. It's a process like mirroring something, and those have been exhibited here. And if you were to Google his work, you'll be able to see more of the fish work that he does and how he travels these schools of fish around. And there's also a larger message in regards to the salmon school, bringing awareness to the population of salmon and what's happening here in the Pacific Northwest with them. So as we continue to blow out this glass, everything today will be made in clear. And I really enjoy when things are made in clear, more so for the viewer's perspective, because you won't have to wonder what it's going to look like the next day. You kind of get to see what it is in one shot. Because we usually will put something away when it has color. It's kind of hard to understand what color it'll be when it cools all the way down. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll rest to cool down overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. So we'll start the process all over again. We'll have a few small fish, and then we'll gradually work our way up in size. Or if you guys can see from over there, we just worked on one of the smaller mullet fish, and then we'll start on these ones and eventually work our way up to this big, big, big fish here. The artist working in the hot shop today is Joe Rossano. He's working on these fish today for a special project. Typically, you can Google Salmon School and learn more about his work with fish and the Salmon School to enlighten people about what's happening here with the salmon in the Pacific Northwest and probably many other places. So I'll let you guys know exactly how the process starts and what point of the process we are in. So everything that we do here in the hot shop typically starts in the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? As you can see, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at about 2,100 degrees. So we'll take a stainless steel hollow pipe, dip it into the furnace and rotate, and hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So once we capture that gather, we'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Thank you. As you can see, when we gather the glass, it looks like it's orange, but that's because it's 2,100 degrees. It'll cool back down to clear. I really like when they work in clear in the hot shop because then you don't have to wonder what is it going to look like when it cools down. Because sometimes color holds differently, like visually it holds the heat differently than when it is just cold. He'll go in with his block just to even out all of the layers. The block will help us have really nice even walls, so when we blow into the end of the pipe, the bubble will expand evenly. That block is made out of fruit wood, cherry wood specifically, because it's nice and durable. It's common to the area, and it's black because it's been charred by the hot glass. Is soaking in water to help, protect the integrity of the wood as well as the surface of the glass. So it's really important that we allow the glass to rest before we gather over it because we don't want to compromise the integrity of that bubble if it's too hot. It might fold a little bit. So we'll dip into the furnace there, rotate, and that glass has a certain amount of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate. It feels just like honey. It's just really hot and sticky. So you can't touch anything when you come out, or else you're going to be like making a really stringy mess. Yeah, it likes to, when it latches onto something, it really loves to like stick to it. And that's why the blocks and things like that are lubricated in water, because if you take the block, and if we can go to Gabe's bench, if you take the block and you touch the hot glass a little too quick or you don't rotate at the same time, it'll just naturally get stuck even though the block is wet. So you have to move, and everything has to be this nice synchronized rotations. And if you pay attention to the process closely, you will see that the pipe never stops rotating. It never stops rotating. And so as you see, he'll go back and forth with the block, and it'll start to smoke. And the minute that it starts to steam, the minute it starts to steam up a little bit too much, we'll get some more water. So as we constantly take the glass out of the furnace, we have to recharge the furnace. And charging the furnace is something that our hot shop technician will do bi-weekly or weekly, depending on how much glass we gather out of our furnaces. Can we see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about how furnaces are refilled with glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So in he'll go with the papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. We're going to give it this hot flash right there at the end of the pipe, because this is where we'll go into the reheating chamber last and then come out first. So we want the whole thing to be evenly heated, and there we want just a little bit more heat. So then when we're ready to carve in a jack line, we can carve in a very, very consistent line of tension. And this is how we're able to remove the fish from the pipe at a different point in the process. We're carving in a jack line next with our jacks. So now we'll go in with those jacks and pinch into the glass. This is a reference point. It'll indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. When we blow out this fish, we're going to work on the bottom portion of the fish. I believe. I can correct that, though, in a moment. The fish that we're making today are for a special project. Joe Rossano is here with us today to execute this project with the Hot Shop team. Artists come here and work with the Hot Shop team to produce work that they aren't able to achieve on their own due to the scale and the magnitude of the project. And so it's nice to have a team that is very well versed. The team that here in the Hot Shop, they work here Wednesday through Sunday, and visiting artists that apply to come here seek out this team to bring their visions to life if they need a little bit more help. And they're really good at streamlining the process also because they have so much knowledge in reference to the material. We'll go in with the corks. The corks are just like the wine toppers that you use on your wine bottles, just a larger in scale. And they don't leave any type of stress on the outside of the glass. And they don't extract the heat, which allows us to shape for a bit longer. And we're always looking for ways to shape or to manipulate the glass without extracting heat or adding stress. So corks are great material. Can we see the glory hole diagram? As we go in and out of the reheating chamber, this allows us to keep the glass nice and evenly heated throughout and very happy. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire bricks, which can withstand the very high temperatures. Thank you. So as you can see, going in and out of the reheating chamber naturally gets it very, very, very malleable. And you can do maneuvers like allowing it to hang over the bench to stretch it out. So the more that we manipulate the shape, we'll have to open those doors because that fish could potentially wobble and hit the doors. And so the more that we open the doors, the more access that 2,300 degrees has to the person standing in front of the reheating chamber. But we have things like shields to be able to kind of hide behind. But, you know, your hands are really the most vulnerable part of this. You don't really ever get to escape unless you put gloves on. They constantly heat the back of or the end of the pipe there because this portion goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And so, and if anything, that part is the most important part of anything we're working on because it's our connection to the process. If you're ever interested in participating in like making glass, we do have hands-on workshops that are offered online, and so that's by the furnace experiences, or you can work in the education studio and do cold glass application, meaning you can make like a glass fusing tile or or mosaic. So if you ever have interest, you can go online and look at our programs and workshops tab to make something here at the museum. We can only allow the glass to stay out of the reheating chamber for so long before we kind of get into that threshold of it getting a little too cool. So it needs to stay about above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of shock. So sometimes when it doesn't work out, as you'll see, we'll just put it into the trash can there and then we'll restart. And it doesn't work out for various reasons. And so let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So with glass, sometimes it does what you would like for it to do, and sometimes it does what it would like to do. It is an energy that we're harnessing and shaping and cooling and reheating, and sometimes you can only stress it out so much, meaning you can only manipulate it so much. And so today, Joe Rossano is here working on a special fish project in the hot shop with us, and you'll see that the fish will range in scale. And this is to scale here, the illustration down on the ground. So we'll work on the bottom size fish. It looked like we were getting to the second size of the fish here. But the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace, and as you can see, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel, so Gabe gathered up some glass and blew into the end of the pipe to create a bubble, which is similar to the shape of a balloon. The more that we gather, the larger we can blow the bubble out. He'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. And when you touch the hot glass with the block that has been chilled, it'll steam a little bit, and that steam will protect the glass and the block itself. Can we see the furnace diagram? So here are the furnaces. It's the silver tanks with the doors. Any tank that has a door contains glass. We have 2 furnaces here in the hot shop. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain amount of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate. Coming out of the furnace, we'll then go back to the bench, or we'll work in and out of our glory holes. The reheating chambers are designed to keep the glass nice and malleable and above 1,000 degrees to prevent any sort of shock. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory holes have the orange faces here that are open. The doors are left open, so we're able to access in and out to be able to keep the glass hot. And we have to move swiftly. The glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And they rest at about 2,300 degrees. Again, we have Joe Rossano here working with us working with the hot shop team, I should say, on his special fish project that's illustrated here on the floor. The fish will get as large as the illustration from top to bottom. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Happy Mother's Day, and thanks for hanging out with us on this special Sunday. The block that he uses to help shape the glass is made out of cherry wood, which is very common and durable. It's been soaking in water to protect the integrity of the wood. And it's important that we have even walls. On the outside of that bubble, there's a bubble in the core. So when we blow the bubble out, the glass will expand evenly. So we'll move over to this bench and we'll work from this bench in the center here. We'll go in with the block, and the block will help cool down those outer layers. And as the glass grows, the block grows. So our team today, our Joe Rossano came to work with our team today, and we're going to be creating the fish here on the diagram. They'll get larger as we continue to work. And the fish will more so just embody the shape. We won't have any like fins or things of that nature on the fish today, so it'll just be the silhouettes that we're creating. My name's Emily, and if you guys have questions, feel free to ask questions, and I'll be happy to answer them. So with those papers, we'll go in and shape the glass, almost as if we're using our bare hands. Welcome to the shop. We're making a fish right now, the silhouette of the fish. This will be for a special project for Joe Rossano. You can also Google Joe's name to learn more about his work with glass fish and his salmon school, which are bodies of fish that travel, that are exhibited all over the place, all over the world, from museum to help raise awareness about what is happening with the salmon wildlife. It's nice and orange because it's hot. When it cools down, it'll be clear. So what you can't feel is that those very high temperatures radiating. So the radiating energy that's hitting his arm. So Addie will go on with a paddle and shield him, even though he has already a sleeve on also. It still is very hot. So we'll give it a really good flash there at the end of the pipe. And this will be the way that we're able to remove the glass from the end of the blowpipe. Carved in a line of tension, which was a reference point with his jacks. She's blowing into the end of the pipe there to expand the bubble. The more we can expand the bubble, the more we can manipulate the shape. So we're working on the middle fish here. These three fish will continue to get larger in scale. So we're working on this one here. This will be the side view. This will be the top view. And this will be the face-on view. It's a special project that Joe is creating. He'll go in with those corks. That's just the same material that you have at the top of your wine bottles. And that'll allow him to shape without reducing heat rapidly. So have more time to shape the glass. It's important that we go in and out of the reheating chamber so the glass doesn't chill below a certain degrees, and if it does start to chill below 1,000 degrees, it may shock it, and so we have to work in and out reheating this glass. This project actually derives from Salmon School, kind of like a spin-off. So it grew from that project, which is a lot of fish that have been mirrored, so they're kind of like a silver on the inside. And the Salmon School travels to different museums throughout the world, and there's probably more than, I'll take a guess of maybe more than 200 fish. So I'm going to show you guys a little bit about this Salmon School in a moment. Just bear with me, and then I'll put it on the big screen.
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
Welcome to the hot shop. We are making a fish right now. We're sculpting out the body, so the outline of the middle fish here on the illustration. So it'll be stretched out to scale, or we could be potentially at the bottom fish. This is for a special project. The artist today working with the hot shop team is Joe Rossano. You can learn more about him and his work with this salmon school exhibit that he rotates through different through different museums here in the U.S. and potentially abroad also. Salmon School is designed to raise awareness about what's happening with the salmon in the Pacific Northwest and beyond. And so the last time or when it was installed here, there's about 500 fish that are assembled in a school, and they're silvered, so they're mirrored. It's a beautiful installation. So it's really important that we go in and out of this reheating chamber to keep the body of the fish nice and evenly heated throughout the piece. Can we see the reheating chamber diagram? Can we see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of the glory hole, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass, and so as you can see, as the glass gets hot, it's very awkward in movement, and it wants to flail left and right. So they have to be mindful of keeping it on center, which is super hard when it's very malleable, long, hollow, and awkward in movement. And the reheating chamber rests at about 2,300 degrees. Thank you. We'll go in with the corks. The corks are just the same material from the top of your wine topper. Corks do not take heat away quickly from the glass, which helps us maximize our shaping time. For every second that the glass is out of a reheating chamber or out of the furnace, it's constantly cooling, which means it's constantly stiffening and hardening to be solid. But because glass is an amorphous solid, it has the ability to go from liquid to solid back to liquid. So those really high temperatures allow us to liquefy it and then go back in and shape it. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms that are here with us in the hot shop today. I hope you guys are having a beautiful Sunday. So we'll get the end of the pipe there nice and spicy, super hot. So we're flashing it. And then Addie is suited up to be able to catch the fish off the pipe. Then we will be able to put it into an oven where it'll slowly cool overnight to prevent any sort of shock. We have to allow the pieces to cool in the annealing oven, and it'll slowly ramp down back to room temperature because it can't stay in the natural environment. It's too cold, so it will shock. It'll create shock within the layers. So this will help all the layers meet at a certain temperature and come down together back to room temperature. So we'll prepare ourselves to take a little bit of water on that jack line that we carved in earlier in the process. Joe will give it a hot torch before we put it away. Tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Just go ahead and cure that lip there, and then Addie will take it and place it in the annealing oven where it'll go to cool down overnight. All right, and let's give Addie a big round of applause also for boxing that piece up. So we'll continue to create these fish today here in the hot shop. The fish are like a spinoff from Salmon School, which is another project that Joe works on to bring awareness to what's happening to the salmon here in the Pacific Northwest. So the process, it starts by dipping into the furnace to gather the glass with a hollow steel rod. We'll then blow into the pipe to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is where we gather glass. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. When we gather the glass from the furnace, it looks like it's orange, but really it's just clear. Can we go back to Gabe's bench so we can see the glass at the end of the rod? Thank you. So as you can see there on the big screen, the glass looks like it's orange. There's a bubble inside of the core. He has blown into the end of the pipe already, and now he'll go in with his block. His block is a hollowed out piece of cherry wood. Fruit wood is very good for the glass because it's durable, and it can, so that means it doesn't deteriorate quickly. Those blocks can last from 7 to 10 years, depending on how much you use them. And then we'll go in and out of the glory hole to keep the glass nice and malleable. When we touch the glass with different materials, it chills it really quickly. And so can we see the glory hole diagram? So all of the ovens with the faces that are open and orange are reheating chambers. The reheating chambers are designed to keep the glass nice and hot. There's only thermal energy inside of the glory holes. Can we see the glory hole diagram? And the glory holes rest at about 2,300 degrees. So we'll blow into the pipe to expand the bubble. And as you can see, as the bubble expands, the glass is nice and hot. We're going to let it chill and set itself up before we get more glass around this bubble. The more glass we have, the larger the fish will become as we continue to blow out the bubble. He'll go in with the papers to shape the glass. The papers are folded up newspaper that has been soaking in water, and it gives him the ability to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. So now, as we continue to build up this bubble with clear glass, we'll just let it rest and solidify a bit to hold that internal structure that Gabe's already blown out before we gather over it. Again, this the fish here are being made, and they've been designed and illustrated on the cardboard there by Joe, and it's a project that stems from Salmon School, which is a larger scale project that he has created and he exhibits all over the world to bring awareness to what's happening to the salmon here in the Pacific Northwest. Can we please see the Salmon School video to learn a little bit more about the Salmon School project?
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So the papers that he's using to shape the glass are just folded up, like about 7 sheets of folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water. And that'll allow him to guide the glass as she blows into the end of the pipe. So now we're just going to get it nice and hot, allow it to naturally stretch. We'll get the glass on the end of the pipe. They're really nice and hot, so we're able to go in and carve a consistent line of tension. This is known as a jack line, and it's a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we'll go in with our jacks and squeeze into the glass. Around the 1 o'clock hour, we will take a break and have lunch, and then we'll come back. But for now, we're still being here just creating, as you can see, as we continue to go in and out of the reheating chamber, we'll continue to stretch this glass out. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms here with us in the hot shop today. I hope you guys are having a beautiful Mother's Day this Sunday. We'll go in with that cork there to just give it some shape, tailor it to the specific essence of the outline that we have over there on the diagram. I hope you all are having a happy Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms here with us in the hot shop. If you guys have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. I'll be happy to answer your questions or shout my name if I don't see you. My name's Emily. So right now we're only exploring working with glass that is clear, which is great because you don't have to wonder what is it going to look like when it cools down the next day. And so what I wanted to share with you guys is how glass gets color, and there are many ways we can add color or pigment to the surface of the glass, which is crushed glass, glass powder, or we can do a color overlay. And so I'll share the color overlay video with you all to get a better understanding of a way that color is applied to glass. So to learn about how glass gets color and glass color, can we please see the color overlay video to learn about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So just to talk a little bit more about color, maybe if we could flash up the frit diagram. So when you roll hot glass into crushed glass, that'll give us speckles on the surface of glass, which is frit. If we could see the frit creature diagram, that would be awesome. And that one example is just one way to add color, but we also have different ways to add pattern, and pattern has color, but whenever you see multiple lines in the glass, that is pattern. If you see Marini or Millefiori, that is patterns that have been pre-created and then laid into the surface of the glass. We'll get the end of the pipe there nice and hot. So when we put water in that area, thermal shock will set in, permeate throughout the piece, get into that core, and then we'll tap the pipe, remove the glass from the end of the pipe, and place it into the annealing oven. So as you can see, Addie is suited to catch the glass off the pipe. We're going to put it into an oven that rests at about 890 degrees because as those inner layers and those outer layers cool at different rates, it'll catch it and bring it down all together back to room temperature overnight. So Addie has on those Kevlar gloves to protect themselves from physically being burned, but the thermal energy, mind you, the piece is above, about 18 to 2,000 degrees, so the thermal energy is still radiating through the material. So it gets a little hot as you hold on to it for a while. So we'll give it a measure. If you ever cannot make it to the Museum of Glass to watch here with us, you can always live stream. So we're on YouTube live stream or Museum of Glass Hot Shop live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. So in case you're at work and you want to take a break or turn it on while you're just hanging out, chilling out, you can pull it up on your phone in case you're curious and you want to know what's happening here in the Hot Shop. Tap the pipe, give it a little flash on the end there. Let's give them a big round of applause for all of their hard work. And then into the annealing oven where it'll rest overnight as it slowly cools back down to room temperature. So we're going to take a break to get some lunch after all that hard work. And then in about 1 hour, come on back and hang out with us, and we'll do it all again till 5 o'clock. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Sunday. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Hot Shop here at the Museum of Glass. Today, we will be making various size of fish silhouettes similar to the illustration here on the floor. I hope you guys are having a happy Sunday. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms in the building. So the process will start by dipping hollow stainless steel rod into the furnace. And so as you can see, Trenton has a super large hollow steel rod. He'll open the door of the furnace. He'll dip into the furnace and rotate that rod. He'll be able to gather glass. Glass contains a certain level of viscosity due to its it will adhere to itself because it contains a certain level of viscosity. Sorry about that. So as we rotate the pipe in the furnace, we'll be able to gather it up. It looks orange. It looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it will quickly become clear. Can we please see the furnace diagram? The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Thank you. So the project that we are creating, it's a special project for these fish, and it actually stems from Joe Rossano, who is the artist that is directing, what's happening here in Glass today. And it comes from Salmon School. And so Salmon School is a mission of making these clear glass fish that have been silvered on the inside. If we could show the images of the salmons that Joe has created already, just the pictures would be great so we have an idea. So the salmon are designed to bring awareness to what's happening here in the Pacific Northwest as well as globally with the salmon, in general. So as we gather the glass up, we'll then go in with that block there. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. So the more that we touch the glass with other materials aside from heat, it'll start to stiffen up. Glass is an amorphous solid, which means that it goes from liquid to solid, and then it can go back to a liquid state. And so this energy has the ability to move, and it is our job to harness it. So when you're making these really large scale objects, it can get a little tricky only because it wants to do whatever it would like when it touches those high temperatures. It moves around. And so we'll go in and out of the reheating chamber. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is designed to get the glass nice and hot, to keep it nice and hot, so we're able to manipulate it at the bench. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick barrel, there's hollow fire brick within the barrel that can withstand these very high temperatures. So if you look up at the big screen there, you'll be able to see some of Joe's previous works in relation to salmon school. He has created about almost 500 salmon that go on display, on exhibit around the world. And like I said earlier, this is his mission to bring more awareness around what's happening with the wildlife community, specifically though, an enhanced lens on the salmon. And so these salmon are made in the hot shop, and then they're silvered, and they swim through different museums around the world. So the salmon school this project he's working on now actually stems from salmon school. It's for a special aquarium that is that will house these beautiful fish when they're all done being created here in the hot shop at a different point in time. So we've been working on the middle version, the middle scale of the fish here on the illustration. Maybe this afternoon we'll be able to see the large scale body one be created. I'm not sure yet, but to learn a little bit more about this Salmon School project, can we see the video, Joe's Salmon School video?
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So this will be the larger scale fish from the diagram here on the hot shop floor. So this means because it's going to be so much larger than the ones we made this morning, we have to gather, expand the bubble, and let it chill. What we're doing is we're solidifying the core layers before we add a lot more glass around the gathers, around the bubble, the initial bubble. And we're allowing it to set itself up so we don't compromise the internal structure of that bubble by dipping into those high temperatures. And you also need it to chill so you can gather more. The chiller it is, the more we can get more glass to stick to the body of it. And again, my name's Emily, so feel free to shout my name out or ask questions, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So whenever we strip the glass off, as Sarah is doing, that's called a strip gather. It just takes a little bit off of off the surface. So right now, Sarah's up against like balancing a bowling ball on the end of a broomstick. Yes, it's heavy. Yes, it's hot. But more so than anything else, it's awkward. It wants to go down when she's trying to keep it up, right? And so, super duper good amount of glass. And when we strip the glass into that bucket, we're able to recycle that glass that we stripped off. If the glass touches the ground or if it has color, it is contaminated. Because all the glass inside of the furnace is clear, it just looks orange because it's hot. But because all the glass in the furnace is clear, we can't recycle glass with color. So our hot shop technician, when he has to refill the furnaces, he can recycle that stripped glass. So when we continue to take the clear glass out of the furnaces, those levels of 1,000 pounds starts to get low. And it doesn't just magically reappear. It would be amazing now if it did, but it doesn't. So our hot shop technician has to recharge the furnaces to refill the levels of glass in the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn about how the furnaces are refilled?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we'll go ahead and give a little flash to the end of the pipe there. We want to get this portion of the glass nice and hot so we can start to move it away from the end of the pipe, which will help with the shape and the design of the fish. So the pad that's in his hand is just papers that have been folded up and soaked in water And the papers allow him to shape the glass as if he's using his bare hand. So he'll carve in a jack line. This jack line is designed to help create a weak point in the glass. So what we're doing is we're moving the glass away from the end of the pipe. The jack line is an indicator of the bottom of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So when you go back into the reheating chamber, that glass gets brought up to 2,300 degrees. And right now, as you can see, it wants to move in any direction that it would like to move. And so what Gabe is up against is keeping it from touching the walls, those hollow bricks in there. If it was to touch the door or the walls, it'll stick to it because it's super sticky due to the heat. And then he'll go in with his corks. His corks are made from the same thing that you put on your wine toppers. It's just a larger piece of cork. And why cork is great for this is because it does not extract the heat, so it maximizes our shaping time. It also does not put stress on the glass. When steel touches glass, it kind of adds stress marks, which look like if you were to look at a tree stump and it has ridges inside, if you were to cut a tree stump open, so it would add more so like wrinkles to the surface. The pipe has to stay turning the entire time from the minute we gather that small bubble up until now. And that's because if we don't continue to rotate the pipe, it'll slowly fall towards the ground. The piece, gravity will slowly pull it because the body is so big and they're connected at the end of the pipe is not the same size and the body is hot. So you get to see what glass looks like when it's clear and it's big and it's being shaped, but when you walk through the museums and you see the different colors inside of glass, there are multiple different ways that we can apply color to the surface of the glass. And so we have things like crushed glass, we have glass powder, we have color overlay, which gives us a solid color on the surface of the glass. So as they continue to shape, I just want to show you guys a little bit about how glass gets color, just so you have an idea about what it is you've been looking at in the galleries. So can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So this is one of the many that we're going to have to make, and so they're going to have to do this however many more times that this project calls for. It's really important that we keep the body of the piece as well as that connection point there at the end flash the way that Trenton is doing with this fluffy torch. That fluffy torch is about 2,500 degrees. And so as this portion of the fish goes into the reheating chamber last, it comes out first. But we want it to be really well heated to prevent any sort of shock. And so that's why Trent keeps on blasting it with the torch. So at this point, his entire body is really being exposed to super high temperatures. He's waving around an object that's about 2,000 and something degrees. And so at this point, it's kind of like, it could impact the hair on his legs. It's so hot, all that energy. And so that's what you can't feel, or what they don't really show that is extreme about the process. But just know that he's now being exposed to such high temperatures when he takes that fish out and swings it across his legs like that. It's beautiful, and it is stretching out so seamlessly to get to the length of the fish here on the podium. We're giving it a flash in the area that we would like to be super duper hot. So when we lay water in that area, it'll permeate through. It'll get nice and shocked. Then we will remove it from the end of the blowpipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. So the annealing oven is a place that we place pieces. We made some fish earlier this morning also. The annealing oven is a big black box, and you'll see Addie preparing herself with the gloves to be able to remove the glass from the end of the pipe. The Kevlar gloves will protect Addie, but they will not prevent her from feeling the heat. It's still hot. The annealing oven, that big black box over there against the wall, it rests at about 800 and maybe 90 degrees or a little higher. And as those inner layers and those outer layers cool, they'll be caught at that temperature and brought all the way back down to room temperature overnight. or maybe 2 days. I don't know the time of how long it'll be, but we'll say overnight. Get it nice and hot as we kind of saw away at the end portion there. This will be where we'll remove the fish from the pipe. Give it a little hot torch and some carving just to make sure that that line is really carved in there properly. You want a good you want a good line of tension. So we'll go in this direction towards Sarah. Saw that carved in line of tension. Get a great weak point going. Addie's will get under it. Tap the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. So for every step that Addie takes, it's super duper hot. She'll lay it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give Addie a big round of applause for boxing that piece up. So the project that we're working on today, for those of you who joined us a little bit later in the process, we are creating fish that stem from Salmon School, and Salmon School is another one of Joe's works. Joe is the man in the green hat. Joe Rossano spends his time creating these fish in efforts to raise awareness about the wildlife and the salmon specifically, you know, in going in the direction of becoming extinct due to different environmental factors. And so this project stems from Salmon School, and I can show you guys better than I can tell you guys a little bit more about Joe's efforts. Can we see the Salmon School video to learn a little bit more about Joe's project?
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you know, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So we're making these very large scale fish silhouettes today here in the hot shop. So the blocks grow as the glass grows also. So as we gather more glass, we need larger blocks to help cool down those outer layers, build those outer layers up. Those blocks are just large pieces of hollowed out cherry wood, fruit wood, because it's durable and it's common and it lasts a long time. So it's great for the process. And then Addie will just go in and shield as he goes in with the papers to shape the glass. As he goes in with the papers, and then Gabe is blowing into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. That bubble will then be stretched and swung to create this very large fish. We're creating the largest fish on the diagram there. Welcome to the hot shop. Hey. Can we please see the reheating chamber diagram? Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we have to go in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the glass nice and malleable, super hot, so we can continue to manipulate. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So the glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept at about 2,300 degrees. We are working on a large silhouette of a fish. Joe Rossano is here working in the hot shop with the hot shop team for the day. And he's working on his project that stemmed from his salmon school project. This is a special project he's creating currently. The salmon school project, it consists of about 500 fish, and they swim through different museums enlightening people about the salmon, the wildlife, and how it's going extinct, and maybe we could do things to help, improve our environment, to help this population stop decreasing, the salmon population, that is. Thank you. Can we see some of Joe's past works of the salmon that he has created in the past? I just want to see images on the screen. There we go. So there up on the big screen, you'll be able to see Joe working on the salmon school project and just different images of them installed. He puts silver into them. He puts mirror into them to turn them that really pretty silver color. So here on the hot shop floor, we'll have these different outlines of the fish, the different illustrations. Currently, we're working on the top one here, the body of it, the silhouette. And you're welcome to move this way because they're going to continue to swing it out. But you could also see from the big screen here. This is a special project that Joe is working on. Joe has the green hat. We'll go in with corks. The corks are a great tool for shaping the glass without reducing the heat rapidly, so we are able to have maximum shaping time. Also, we have to go in and out of the reheating chamber to get this body of the piece nice and hot. Once it gets nice and hot, we can come out of that chamber and allow gravity to pull it down naturally to make it long. And then he'll go in with his corks to do some shaping. My name's Emily. Joe Rossano is here with us in the hot shop today creating this special project of the illustrations of the fish here. Joe needs, I think, about 200 of these, and so that'll be a large labor of love, which is a special project that'll later be installed in an aquarium at a different point in time. Joe spends a lot of his time with efforts in regards to the salmon population and creating glass, in essence, of the salmon population to reflect what's happening here and how the salmon are endangered. This project stemmed from the Salmon School project. The Salmon School project is about 500 salmon that exhibit and they migrate through different museums here and probably abroad also. Can we see some of Joe's past works of the salmon? So if you pay attention to Gabe with his hollow steel pipe, the process starts by dipping into the furnaces. The furnaces are the large ceramic tanks here with the doors on them. As you dip into the furnace, hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. He'll rotate the glass and it contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself as you rotate that pipe. As you can see, he comes out. It looks orange because it's about 2,100 degrees, but really it's just clear when it cools back down. As you can see, we've stretched and we've cooled it, similar to the fish here at the middle bench. Can we see the furnace diagram? So as you can see, the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. He'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, which will create a balloon, a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Can we go over to Gabe on the far left side of the hot shop? So as you can see, that little bubble there is the start of a fish that gets this big. So the more we gather around that tiny bubble, the more glass we have to be able to blow into to expand and create whatever we would like. And today, we're creating fish. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. Whenever you're pushing the glass to its limits, it is a challenge. And so what happened was it got a little hot, a little too hot. And naturally, gravity sometimes is not our best friend in the process. We're actually typically working against it, or we're working with it. The heat, the weight, and gravity all have defeated this fish, but it's okay. We'll make another one. As you can see, Gabe is dipping into the furnace, and we're gathering more glass to blow another fish out. How about we give them one more big round of applause? So as we put that one away, it can, whatever the glass is not contaminated, but it's clear, we can sometimes recycle it, but we don't have to. So because that touched the ground, we won't recycle this fish. As we continue to, well, actually, did you guys get to see the Joe Rossano video about the salmon school and his wildlife efforts to conserve the salmon? Well, can we please see the Joe Rossano salmon video to learn a little bit more about his work with the salmon school?
The people who have taught me about the natural world said, you really should have seen it yesterday. You should have been here 30 or 40 years ago. My name's Joseph Rossano, and I am an artist that strives to give an audience a different perspective about the world that surrounds them. So this piece that I'm working on with a number of people, and this number of people is growing, it's a performance piece designed to bring a community in to talking to the world about why salmon and steelhead are important, why they are in many ways like the passenger pigeon, a seemingly endless resource, and they're in jeopardy throughout the range of salmon and steelhead. I can say that I've been conscious of what's been happening, say, here on the Skagit River for over 30 years. If we can show, say, starting with the Skagit, which is the 4th largest outflow of the Pacific, what the smallest return of fish looked like to this river in a gallery setting, where we make, 2,405 steelhead out of glass, it can reflect ourselves, the viewer, and put it in context. I'm taking all of this information, saying, how do I condense it into one representation of a piece that talks about salmon in the world?
So as we continue to gather glass, we'll blow into it, expand that bubble. We are making fish today in the hot shop. So he'll go in, and he'll go in with the papers to shape the glass as she blows into the end of the pipe. Trent is using a wooden paddle to shield his arm. We'll move to the middle bench in just a moment. We're just getting it started on the side left bench. As the glass grows in size, the block too will grow. So it's just a large scale block. It's hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. Then the water protects the wood as well as the surface of the glass. So we'll continue to blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. I love it when they work in clear, so you're able to see, you'll be able to watch the bubble grow. Everything haloing orange around it is just glass that will allow the bubble to expand, the bubble will then get captured. Can't blow too much, it'll get thin. Can't blow too little, it won't be thick enough. I mean, it won't be the right shape. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So as we go in and out of this reheating chamber, it's designed to keep that glass nice and malleable. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. To help the glass move away from the end of the pipe, he'll go in with his jacks and pinch the glass and stretch it out. Thank you.
you, Mom. Give me the package. Mommy, please. Please, Mama, please. Where's it at? Go. Let me see the pack. Hurry up. Please, Mommy. Can I see the pack? Thank you.
So as we continue to go in and just clean it up, it'll just make for a very clean line at the end of the fish there. We're working on a special project that Joe was asked to do for an aquarium, and the fish here will be the black outline of the silhouette. We'll have the fish will kind of like swim through the place when they're officially installed. He needs about 200 fish. I think we've made about, for today, maybe 5, 6. I'm not sure. Well, anywho, Joe told me this is a project that stems from salmon school, and Joe Rossano, that's him. They're in the green hat. He told me that this project stems from the salmon school project that he works on, and he has up to about 500 salmon that exhibit, and they migrate to different museums throughout the world to talk about the endangered species of the salmon. Can we see some of the photos of Joe's past works? Now, these fish will not be salmon, but they will be used for a different project in regards to the ocean's wildlife. Oh, there we are. So So we'll just remove some of the extra glass on the end there just to clean up that portion of the fish's body. It's really important that the heat is evenly distributed throughout the piece, and so she's flashing the torch portion there because that part goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first, and so we want it all to be evenly heated. So he'll go in with the corks just to help define the shape. The corks help when shaping because they don't take a lot of the heat out of the glass, and so you can get maximized shaping time without stressing the glass out or cooling it down rapidly. To keep this piece well heated, we're just going to go back in with those fluffy torches and slowly allow it to stretch out naturally. It's moving. You can't quite see it because there's small movement in it, but it's moving for sure. As we continually stretch this fish out, it's a silhouette of the fish that we're actually creating over here, illustrated on the large paper, a large piece of cardboard. Joe Rossano is with us here in the hot shop today, creating a special project that which consists of various different types of fish. He needs to create about 200 of them, and so I don't know which number you're looking at, but today we've made about 5 or 6, I believe. So we'll just make sure that it's all nice and carved in there at the end of the pipe. This is where we're going to create a weak point to add water to the area to be able to help the piece remove itself naturally with the tap of the pipe. So we'll ride the line with the hot torch and carve. The hot torch, because it's pretty thick in that area, and this torch is about 5,000 degrees. So it'll help us carve in that line, make it consistent and deep. So we'll get a little bit of water on that jack line there. Trenton will get under it. We'll go in for one more flash before we take it off. It's important that the piece remain nice and warm throughout, because we did take some time to carve that line there at the back, so it stays pretty hot. Let's tap it off. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work today. Once again, we have Joe Rossano here working in the hot shop with the team, creating these beautiful fish. Into the annealing oven it'll go. As you can see, it started to kind of steam up on Trent's glove there. Smoke a little. Let's give Trent a big round of applause, too, for boxing that piece. Because although he has on those protective materials, he can still feel the heat radiating through the gloves. So he's not physically going to be burned, but he can feel that heat. Trust and believe. So I'll let you guys know in just a moment if we may make one more of a smaller scale, or I'll let you guys know in just a moment. What do we got? I don't know. We'll go in and carve in this jack line with our jacks to help move the glass from the end of the pipe. We're making a smaller scale fish right now, similar to the ones on the diagram here, potentially the smallest one on the diagram there. So we carved in there at the end of the pipe just a jack line to be able to add some water to that area and remove the fish from the end of the pipe. Gabe will get under it. We'll knock it off the pipe. And let's give them a big round of applause. That's our last fish for the day. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. And thank you so much for hanging out with us here in the hot shop today. If you can't make it back to watch what's going on, you can always live stream in from 10 to 5 p.m. Wednesday through Sunday on our hot shop tab. Our hot shop live stream is always running. Have a wonderful Sunday, and thanks again for hanging out with us.